Yeah, man.
Paramount Network.
This journey will be dangerous all the way to Oregon.
Ja, Mann. Nie? I'm playing some Starfield, baby, yeah. Because I'm playing the Starfield, baby, yeah.
I've just found one of the best outposts and potentially starting outposts that you can create in Starfield. It has 4 minerals you can mine in the area of the outpost, with 2 of them being helium and iron, which are fundamental for building more outposts and expanding on your bases. It also has a tier 1 resource beryllium and a tier 3 resource europium, as well as aluminium. The system you're looking for is Naron. It's a level 1 system and it's very close to where you start off. The planet is called Androphone, it's the moon of Somati, and it's very resource rich for the fundamentals. You want to make sure when you come to land on this planet that you land in the exact same spot that I did, and then you come to this spot where I've put my outpost. It's a certain meters away, and you should be able to see it once you place your outpost beacon that the 4 minerals do come up. However, the planet also has aluminium. It's just outside the outpost range, so if you just see where I'm standing right now, you can actually go put an outpost here and you will be able to farm aluminium as well. It's very close to the landing spot and you can transfer aluminium from here to the ship to the other outposts if you need be. Therefore, you have aluminium, iron and helium-3, which are all fundamental to building bases. However, if you lack nickel and copper, there is another planet in the system called Nira. However, it is crawling with wildlife and can be very tricky to actually mine consistently without getting harassed by the wildlife. It's better to go buy nickel and copper from the vendors, as it's very, very cheap and it's very good to get started. And do not forget to buy adaptive frames, as they are needed to create the machinery to mine these resources. Do not forget, just make sure you load up on some of these resources. You're silly not to, they're very cheap. Also, the main planet does have copper and as well as salient, and salient is needed for crafting extra minerals as well as decorations. Just like that, quick and easy. Make sure you get this outpost up and running as soon as possible, and then you can leave it with a bunch of storage and come back and you'll have an absolute shit mine in the area.
You heard somebody? You might have to fight them. You took your knife? Where'd your knife go? I gave you a knife. I don't know where it is. This shit's still doing this. Why?
Here, this is for you.
Well, buddy. Yeah. The health starts going down. That's your drinking and your you gotta eat and drink. Yeah. You gotta eat and drink stuff. Well, you have to find it. Maybe. What? Look at something. What, dude? Why do I have this fucking bug?
Here, this is for you.
I gotta find like some way to fix this, cause it is not cool. I thought this would be fixed already, but it's not.
This is kind of fun. Well, kinda.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you already,
Ah, shoot. I'm trying to do it. I tried it. It was delicious. There's no way. Check, see where he is. Uh,
Whoa!
Starfield has literally just released. We'll be going through some super optimized settings to get the most out of your game while keeping it looking really good. This video won't go into Windows optimization at all. Instead, in the description down below, you'll find a Windows 10, 11, and NVIDIA optimization guides, as well as anything else relevant. This video is purely going to focus on optimizing Starfield, so that's where we'll begin. When you open up Starfield for the first time, you'll see a shaders build at the very top of your screen. You'll need to wait for this to complete for the best possible performance. If there were a way to skip it, I wouldn't recommend doing so. When it eventually completes, hit any key to continue, and we're on the main menu. So we'll begin by heading into Settings, followed by display, and starting at the very top, we have borderless full screen as an option. It's either borderless full screen or windowed. There's no exclusive full screen, which is a little bit confusing, as usually playing games with exclusive full screen gives you much better performance, but that's what we're working with currently. When you have borderless full screen enabled, which is what I would highly recommend, you aren't able to change the resolution, and that's fine. We'll be keeping this to our native resolution anyways, so that we're not wasting any extra power generating pixels we don't see, and the game shouldn't be needlessly blurry if the resolution is too low, so this is good. We'll skip over select monitor and head straight to dynamic resolution. Now, a lot of articles and things like that recommend having this on, and while it could result in higher FPS numbers overall, there will be some weird stuttering and glitching between loading and unloading different textures, changing qualities dynamically while you're playing the game. While it could be a good experience, historically it's not a very good experience, so for that reason I'd recommend turning this off, just so we have a more stable overall frame rate that we'll customize further below. Then, render resolution scale. By default, this is set to 75%, and it goes all the way between 100 and 50%. Why does it start at 75%? Well, for upscaling, we have FSR2, CAS, and that's it. Surprisingly, no DLSS or NVIDIA options, though those may be coming in the future. Does it really matter? Usually not. AMD FSR2 gives brilliant results, and that's why they've chosen it as the default here. There should be practically no visible difference between 100% native resolution and 75% with FSR2. That's the default, and that's what I'd highly recommend you keep it set to. Right below it, we have sharpening, which is by default set to 70%, and that's also a relatively good number. Sharpening is definitely needed when you use any kind of upscaling, as it helps the overall game look, but if you find that the game appears too sharp, this is something you can come back and adjust. For me, I'll leave it on the default, as that's probably good. These settings I'd recommend for everyone. What we'll do is we'll customize these settings in between here, which will really give us our FPS difference. First of all, VSync, usually I turn it off, as I don't get screen tearing where the top and the bottom half of my screen don't match up. If you get any screen tearing while you're playing the game, enable VSync here, though do note you will increase your input latency. The graphics preset starts at custom, with things optimized or at least set up for your graphics card of choice. I have an absolutely overkill graphics card, that's why it's gone for some super high options here, but there are a few that I'd recommend lower. As this is a more cinematic game, shadows are something you're going to be paying more attention to, as it's much slower paced. I wouldn't recommend going below medium here, otherwise it may become distracting. If you're really crawling for FPS, this is something you can lower, and that generally goes for all of the options here. If you get to a point where the game is unplayable, lower your settings as low as they need to go. Certain options will have a bigger impact compared to other options. Then, indirect lighting. For this, I'd recommend keeping this on high, as once again, we're going to be navigating planets, there'll be lots of indirect lighting, light bounces and things like that. These two quality options are probably at the very top, as they'll have the largest impact on your gameplay, or at least perceived gameplay experience. If you're clawing for FPS, you can come back and lower these. As for reflections, this you can comfortably lower to medium or even lower, as there aren't going to be so many reflective surfaces that'll catch your eye too often. If you find that low is too distracting though, leave it on medium. For me, I'll leave it to low for a smoother, higher FPS experience. Particle quality, this is really situational. If you find that you're dropping FPS in certain areas, you'll need to lower this down to low. That also being said, because it's situational, you can comfortably leave this on low, and it's not going to distract you pretty much at all during general gameplay. Volumetric lighting, once again, cinematic game, I'd recommend keeping this on medium or even high if your PC can handle it. Medium will give you better FPS and a very slight quality impact compared to high. Ultra isn't really necessary unless you're rocking an overkill PC. Crowd density, this will mostly have to do with the CPU in your system for pathfinding and things like that. If you have a super powerful CPU, you can set this to medium or even high, and if you have a lower end system, set this down to low. That being said, medium is probably the highest that I would go. Setting this to high instead may impact your graphics card more as well, having more NPCs loaded at the same time. I'll leave it on medium. Motion blur, this is pretty much your preference. The higher this option is, the more motion blur we should get, and the better the quality of motion blur is. I, for one, absolutely despise motion blur unless it's in certain situational games, like maybe racing games. For first-person shooters and things like that, motion blur really sets me off. That also being said, if you find that you're easily made motion sick, especially by games, this is definitely something you should turn off. As for FPS impact, there shouldn't be a big one. GTAO quality is the ambient occlusion quality, and once again, lighting, etc. This is something you'll want to keep on medium or high if you can for a better overall gameplay experience. Grass quality, because we'll be navigating large planets, possibly with lots of grass, this can cost you FPS on certain places and certain scenes more than others, so setting this to medium is a good starting point. If you find that grass doesn't really cost you a ton of FPS looking in certain directions, in certain locations, you can comfortably raise it, but then again, you're not going to be paying too much attention to it, so medium or even low is probably good enough. Contact shadows, these aren't super noticeable. As much as shadow quality in general, you can comfortably lower this down to the very low end without noticing too much difference. For a more cinematic experience, set this to medium or even high. VSync we've gone through, upscaling and sharpening. Finally, VRS. What is VRS? Well, variable rate shading basically allows your graphics card to render different parts of the image with different amounts of power, meaning that it'll land up with a more smooth experience while you're playing the game. If you find that your system struggles with this on, which is going to be very situational from PC to PC, then you can turn it off, but I'd recommend leaving it on for a better experience. Finally, film grain intensity. If you find the film grain distracting, you can lower this here. Usually, when this is an option in games, I'll set it to maybe 0.5. I don't want to be drowned out by a film grain. And of course, if you're someone who's recording your screen or streaming, having film grain set to higher options is going to cost you a ton more bitrate in your recordings and streams in order to keep the same quality. That being said, if your recording quality is already insanely high, leaving film grain on, you post it to YouTube, can result in even better looking streams. But that's just a really odd side tangent. Unfortunately, scrolling around in this menu will change options, so we'll need to move our mouse over to the far left and scroll down where we finally see Enable Depth of Field. This is your preference. Personally, I don't enjoy depth of field in many games, but I feel like in a game like this, it is going to improve the general experience, so I'd recommend leaving it on here. Now we can head back, and that's pretty much it. We've gone through most of the settings, and it should result in a really good looking game with pretty good FPS. Obviously, the more powerful your hardware, the higher you can crank these options for a better looking experience, but also this is a more cinematic focused game, so you don't exactly need to be pushing 160 frames. You should aim for somewhere around the 40 to 50 FPS mark for the best possible looking experience and the best performing experience. I'm using an absolutely overkill system here, so I should be able to crank these settings up higher to reach that sort of goal area, just around 60 FPS, maybe 50, and the game should look incredibly good. If you like an FPS counter, do note that this game doesn't have one built in.
Part of the service. I wouldn't dream of it. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Who knows? Check in with me now and again and I might find more.
You want a spoon? Or a fork? What? Cheeseburger mac and cheese. You don't want any? Here. What? You what?
seals are good, oxygen's good, just do what you did last time, and you're fine. Follow my one simple rule. Hella, what's my one simple
Listen to
rule?
Lynn. Boss lady knows best.
Exactly. Listen to me. Mining's just like any other job. Go steady, go safe, go home with a pocket full of credits at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. It's just like, I work in the Stardock. Except, with more cave-ins, lasers, and accidental dismemberment.
Very helpful. Thank you.
You're gonna be fine. Your first outing was solid. And, let's be honest, it ain't exactly astrophysics.
That's why I keep him around. Good pep talks.
Yeah, and the fact that I can pinpoint a helium deposit from 300 meters.
Not untrue.
You don't want any?
Shame we won't
Mac and
find
cheese?
any down here. But the metal deposits alone should pay for our own helium. Hell, after this, we'll have enough jump fuel to bounce from one end of the settled systems to the next.
Hey, more minerals, more money. And so the cycle repeats itself. Just no more unauthorized jumps in the house for room space, okay?
He's just a big baby. There are worse lives. You know, most Dusties don't even make it this far. I have a good feeling about you.
Group hug now or at the end of the shift?
One of these days, Hella, I am going to leave you behind.
Promises, promises.
Let me see if it's fucking up
See
now.
what we've got. How are we on
I might have
time?
to start the whole game over.
A little longer. Grab some samples?
Always. But not you. Check on Isabel. Make sure she eases up on the breach. I don't feel like getting buried alive today.
Roger that.
Remember, Dusty, keep your breathing steady and never take that helmet off down here. Oxygen processors don't extend this far.
Yeah, because God forbid we drill on a rock with breathable atmosphere.
Know what I love about working in Freestar Collective space? Fewer regs. A job like this in the United Colonies? Huh. Free with red tape. Ugh. This one over here. Albert! No! No! It's a laser, not a sledgehammer! Ease up! Benning, if you got paid per break, you'd be a millionaire. Let's go!
Yeah, okay.
What do we say, Dusty? You make your cut, you get your cut. No exceptions. Come on, pick it up. Troy, what's the yield?
Minimal at this point. Occasional
It's definitely
glimmer,
running
but it's
better.
weak.
Let me see. want to see if this works better. It's already kind of lagging. Damn. She's still doing that, bro. Alright. Reload into another game. I might have to fucking start a new game, dude. Oh my god, I hope not. I just can't play like that. It's not gonna work with me. You keep fucking... Why does it keep doing that?
Starfield is out.
Seals are good. Oxygen's good. Just do what you did last time, and you're fine. Follow my one simple rule. Hella, what's my one simple rule?
Listen to Lynn. Boss lady knows best.
Exactly. Listen to me. Mining's just like any other job. Go steady, go safe, go home with a pocket full of credits at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. It's just like, I work in the Star Dock. Except, with more cave-ins, lasers, and accidental dismemberment.
Very helpful. Thank you.
You're gonna be fine. Your first outing was solid. And, let's be honest, it ain't exactly astrophysics.
That's why I keep him around. Good pep talks.
Yeah, And the fact that I can pinpoint a helium deposit from 300 meters.
Not untrue. A shame we won't find any down here. But the metal deposits alone should pay for our own helium. Hell, after this, we'll have enough jump fuel to bounce from one end of the settled systems to the next.
Hey, more minerals, more money. And so the cycle repeats itself. Just no more unauthorized jumps in the house for room space, okay?
He's just a big baby. There are worse lives. You know, most Dusties don't even make it this far. I have a good feeling about you.
Group hug now or at the end of the shift?
One of these days, Hella, I am going to leave you behind.
Promises, promises.
Okay, let's see what we've got. How are we on time?
A little longer. Grab some samples?
Always. But not you. Check on Isabel. Make sure she eases up on the breach. I don't feel like getting buried alive today.
Roger that.
Remember, Dusty, keep your breathing steady and never take that helmet off down here. Oxygen processors don't extend this far.
Yeah, because God forbid we drill on a rock with a breathable atmosphere.
Know what I love about working in Freestock Collective space? Fewer regs. A job like this in the United Colonies? Huh. Reams of red tape. Ugh. Look at this one over here. Calvert! No! No. It's a laser, not a sledgehammer. Ease up! Benning, if you got paid per break, you'd be a millionaire. Let's go!
Yeah, okay.
What do we say, Dusty? You make your cut, you get your
Yeah,
cut. No exceptions. Come on, pick it up. Troy, what's the yield?
Minimal at this point. Occasional glimmer, but it's weak.
What do you think? Stay the course?
No, ma'am. Juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Well, okay then. Let's call this one tapped. Why don't you move over to that big vein we looked at?
Yes, ma'am.
Dusty, come on. With me. Metal deposits are in that cavern. I'll shout out when I need you.
You think we'll be done here soon? You know, I'd be glad when we're off this rock.
How they sucker you to join? Fall for the fancy pamphlet?
I'm busy. Anyone else to bother?
They're ready for us. Get back up here.
Take care of yourself out there.
It's time. You're with me.
I'm gonna have to see if I get to a screen where they're doing it and I'm
Standard reading a clean break. Shut it down.
Let's go! Hella, get the readings.
oh, there we go. Shit's acting weird. What? What the heck happened?
Yeah, about that.
Those are funny.
Problem?
Not if you consider a spike in gravity readings a problem.
I don't.
Nicki Minaj. They got 21
What we're
Savage too,
after,
huh?
It'll read as an anomaly. That's what I was told anyway.
Okay, now you're starting to freak me out.
Relax. It's just another job. Come on.
That one's kind of cool.
We're getting close, I think. Yeah, everything is just... Lynn, seriously, there's something really effed up about this.
Where is it, Hella?
Through there, I think.
Okay, you're up. Something goes wrong in there, we'll come get you.
Why would anything go wrong?
Would you shut up? Both of you do your jobs. Client is on his way.
Look at that shadow signs off of there, so good. Yeah, man, this game is so beautiful.
Still getting weird gravity readings. I guess that's a good thing. Just keep going.
Do you see anything?
Get him on money, get him on money, get him on money. Yeah, keep going, keep getting with it, keep getting with it, get going with it. Keep going with it, keep getting with it, keep jumping with it, keep got with it. What is the deal with this?
Dusty, snap out of it.
Hey, come on. Come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out. You know who you are? New recruit for Argos Extractors? Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
You made the one-shot sniper man.
And it only has AMD FSR. Noticeably missing is DLSS, but of course there are mods that add DLSS and XeSS support into Starfield. This is crazy, and in this video I'll show you exactly how to get it installed, running, and set up in-game so you can get better performance using NVIDIA DLSS or Intel XeSS in Starfield. This is of course a mod, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't disable achievements, so it should be more than safe to use. There are two options, one of them which includes reshade, so if you install that, you can also get to customizing how the game looks further than just adding DLSS, but that's for a separate video. For now, there's a few downloads and file preparations that we need to get done. First of all, we need to download the Starfield upscaler from Nexus Mods. In the description down below, you'll find this link here, titled Starfield Upscaler. What we need to do is head across to the Files tab here, then scroll down, and we'll have two options. One that includes
Yeah, in a second.
88 and 85.
Oh wow.
So I'm fast. I can be run fast, get the kills fast.
Mhm.
The only thing that I need is 2 more, I'm pretty sure.
2 more. Okay.
I 138. I need a little bit more.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know how much. I don't know what you do though. I think you get headshots.
Probably.
What are you doing? Why are you setting up your skin?
Because the other one wasn't working. Or I'm just testing something right now.
Cause I know I fine. What you doing? I made a good character before. Well, it wasn't this. It was like a different thing. Kind of looks nice.
What?
It definitely does kind of look like you,
Kind of?
but not really. Cause look,
What?
you have like chest hair to your chin up here.
Yeah, chest hair. There's no one for that. They don't have one for that.
There's chin hair. There's like chin hair. It definitely looks more like that.
What about this hair? You like this hair?
No. You wanna know the one the one that looks. Ooh, that kind of looks like it. Yeah, actually, that definitely looks like it.
That's the one.
Yeah. No, take off your hat. Let me see.
My hair is long right now.
Uh,
That's crazy.
Yeah, that one's definitely bad.
That one's crazy.
Yeah, that one's.
With the cornrows, dog. It's not bad.
I'm so glad that I lost 60.
You're so glad that you did?
Yeah, Cole and Asher haven't lost any.
This one. This one.
Go back. That one.
No, no.
I like that. I like that one.
Or this one.
I like that one more.
You like this one the best? Okay. I'll do this one then. You like this one?
What color eyes you got?
Or do you like
Oh yeah, you definitely have the same color
this
eyes.
one? You like this hair?
No. No, that.
You like the other one?
Let me see. What color eyes you got? We need to take
Yeah,
off.
I don't have, my hair's long right now.
Yeah, those eyes are definitely the same. Yeah.
No,
No,
just gonna
kind
leave it
of
like
not.
that.
They're not. See it somewhere. He has an earring on though.
I got an earring on.
Oh, move out the way.
Yeah, you guys both need to move out the way.
No. No. It's definitely better than mine. Oh. The next thing is that you don't have like a scratch right here on your eyebrow.
Yeah, I know, I just made that. Looks cool.
And yeah, it does. Okay, go. No, I don't want to see. Aww.
You guys are going to bed earlier tonight, too.
Oh. Go right foot. Wait.
Yeah.
That's two, baby.
There's nothing more powerful than you.
Nothing
Making
more
your
powerful
thing
than
happen.
you.
Really going for it. Doing business on your terms. Giving it your all. Making a difference. And loving what you do. Every single day. Feeling fearless, fulfilled, free. When there's nothing holding you back. What would your thing be?
No, it's for me. Chase already has some. Asher didn't want any either. So F him.
You never possessed the metal for this, Crusader.
I'm going to teach you the best possible start for Starfield. Here's what we're going to cover in the video. We're going to cover how to min-max your credits, that's money in this game, your earnings, how to get a super weapon early on, and standard weapons so that you can easily destroy the entire game from the very start, how to get the best in slot legendary armor for farming, a free ship that lets you do smuggling, have lots of storage, and is just better than your starter ship, how to be over-leveled before starting the main quest line, and all of this is done in under 1 hour. Let's go. When you reach this part of the tutorial where you are asked to walk across a bridge here and go towards the quest marker, instead jump off the right side and hug the left part of the wall. You're going to see some brown little crystal things here. Just harvest one of these. This helps level up a skill later. Neodymium added. There we are. And all of these are also neodymium. You don't have to grab these. You only really need one. Just grab at least one. You can grab two if you want. It's not super important if you skip this part. It just makes it easier later on. When you reach this room here, don't go to the quest marker just yet. Make sure that you get at least one of these on the sides. And they do take a little bit sometimes to mine. There we go. Kalium added. Now, it's an okay for starter money, but we're going to make money much faster later. Just clear off, you know, the quest objective here, and I will see you at the character creator screen. For your starting background, it doesn't really matter what you pick, because we're going to be so geared so early. None of the combat skills matter at the start, but also, if you want a money advantage, you want to pick something with commerce, and so let's go over the good ones. Cyber Runner's nice. Leveling security just means you will earn more money later. This is basically lock picking. So you want to max out security as early as you can, and it is a pain in the butt to level. Also, another one is Diplomat because of commerce, which is really nice. It also shares the same tree with Persuasion, so you get at least, if you have 2 skills learned in a tree, it's easier to go to the next tier earlier on. But other than that, Homesteader is okay. Professor is really nice because all 3 of these are in the same tech tree, and when you level that one up later, the tier 3 or tier 4 skills, it's just so much faster to get there. But the whole reason to level that tech tree is to craft really high end-game gear, but we're going to have that anyway, but you can also use it for your AFK farming on outposts. But again, you can choose whatever you want. For this playthrough, I am going to choose the Cyber Runner, just because I like having the stealth icon on my screen. In this game, whenever you crouch down, you'll enter stealth, and in most Bethesda games, you'll see a stealth icon indicator. You don't get that until you have 1 level in stealth. I like having the level in security, but again, I would highly recommend Diplomat just because you start with commerce, so it saves you a level. I'll start with Diplomat. I'll just go ahead and do that, since that's what I'm recommending to you. As for trait choices, let me go over the best ones. You can pick whatever you want, but I'm just going to explain. Alien DNA is more health and more stamina, which this game calls oxygen. And as far as healing and food items not being as effective, food items heal you for almost nothing. The healing kits heal you for a % over X amount of seconds. and this almost, it's unnoticeable. You're mostly going to be healing from beds in this game anyways, so the healing items are so easy to get in this game, you're never going to be short on them. So this is just a straight buff to your character with really no downsides. The next one is Taskmaster, which means that your crew will repair your ship automatically, which is super useful during a firefight, and just handy in general for saving you repair costs. And the downside is that crews cost twice as much to hire, but we are going to be loaded and rich, and so money is no issue. If one guy costs 8,000 to hire and instead he costs 16,000 to hire, we just loot a few extra guns and it pays for it. It's not a big deal. The final one is really ultimately your choice. I'm going to explain the two best ones. Dream Home sounds terrible. It sounds like you're in debt forever. That's a huge amount of money. It's not a huge amount of money. The way Dream Home works is every week you have to pay 500 credits to use your house. If you don't, you just can't enter the house. And it's also pretty cheap compared to other housing in this game. This is the ultimate cheap housing. It's one of the best houses in the game. They just give you one of the best houses. The only thing that the house really does, it's used for storage, decoration. You can put a bunch of crafting benches in it if you want to do crafting. But those things are scattered all over the game and in your ships. So there's no shortage of any of this. It's just an extra fun place to go to. You can't get this home normally in the game. The only way to access this house is through this trait. It is the only way. Also, the next one is Wanted. Now, this sounds bad. It sounds really bad to have random encounters where people try to kill you. But what this is free loot. These guys they don't bug you during main story missions, so you won't, like, get ganked while you're trying to, you know, do a dialogue option or anything. But essentially, extra enemies means more loot means more.
No ads, freedom of speech, reachable support team, better moderation, easy affiliate.
So how's it going, everyone? Thanks for stopping by and checking out my channel. So for today's video, when it comes to build than you ever experienced in like Fallout, I struggled too much with the combat, so I've not invested very many points into like ballistics per se. And honestly, I feel like you would just be extremely overpowered.
There's nothing to tell you. Get it through your skull. Oh my god, enough! I'll tell you what I know, if it'll get you to leave.
Then for the other huge deal when it comes to space combat. So I would actually recommend getting this perk if you are interested in a lot of like flying and ship-to-ship combat and stuff. Then we have Terra Firma. Health and oxygen are increased when on the surface, but decreased when you stuff. Then we have a very expensive ship, and you have to have, you know, a lot of crew members. If you have a chance to immediately heal whatever is damaged, that is a huge deal when it comes to space combat. So I would actually recommend getting this perk if you are interested in a lot of like flying and ship-to-ship combat and stuff. Then we have Terra Firma. Health and oxygen are increased when on the surface, but decreased when you're in space. This is the perk that I would get if you're going to choose between the two.
It's here. Starfield has arrived. This game wastes no time at all before you are wholly overwhelmed. And that's why I'm here. Moon Man 1. To provide so many choices. Venture. And it's literally a bit too economically driven, a bit too safe. The commerce skill is decent, and it's something that maybe you want if you're looking to really buy, sell, trade. But I don't feel like that is important or imperative at all in the early game. So I skip Diplomat immediately. You've also got Space Scoundrel here. This is great. Diplomat, placing it. Diplomat is your first selection, using the starting skills of Persuasion, Commerce, and Wellness. Now for me, I felt like Diplomat was a bit too economically driven, a bit too safe. The Commerce skill is decent, and it's something that maybe you want if you're looking to really buy, sell, trade. But I don't feel like that is important or imperative at all in the early game, so I skip Diplomat immediately. You've also got Space Scoundrel here. This is a pretty fun class because it includes pistol certification, piloting, and persuasion. You're getting a wide range of skills across 3 different disciplines. You got weapons, you got tech, and you've got social. a really nice opener and a really nice beginning, although I will say it took me a while to find a pistol that I did really like, and you can avoid piloting. So you're going to have to decide how much you want to be involved in space combat or how much you just want to fast travel and grab jump. Your next option is going to be industrialist. This is the one that I went with because persuasion, security, and research methods seem to further my dive deep into the world of Starfield. I love that I could persuade those that I came across to better advance the storyline and influence the quest in the way that I saw fit. Security allows me to hack into computer systems, safes, weapon caches. Allows me to acquire more, earlier, better, faster. And research methods, man, that's a whole system for a whole other video with all sorts of interlinking unlocks and implications for your spacesuit, your medicine, your weapons, and more. I feel like Industrialist, though, does provide you with a very diverse and awesome trifecta of skills, persuasion being the most important. We've also got Sculptor, one of the wilder backgrounds. You're just a dude with some clay. Medicine, geology, and persuasion. Geology to me seems pretty darn unimportant. Maybe not in the grand scheme of things, but at least early on, it's not a skill that I find to be.
Get ready for back to school at Dick's Warehouse Sales Store. Shop up to 70% off.
You can sell the data you gather for big money, so exploration is rewarded in Starfield, making this focus a viable one. Hey guys, Dayz here. Starfield is an absolutely massive game with an overweight, however, cannot be changed. Selecting a profile in the biometric ID tab is a rough template start, so pick one and move on to body. Here you can choose the shape of your character as well as if you're really well. Once you're done, you'll move on to choosing your background. Backgrounds tell the game what you were before this current point in time. It will add unique dialogue to the game to reflect your choice, and in rare situations will aid you. For example, bounty hunters negotiating better bounty rates. This effect even applies to traits and rarely some skills. Backgrounds also give you a starting point with skills, getting you 3 right when you begin, almost like starting level 1 with 3 skill points already placed. Skills aren't easy to come by. You only get 1 skill point every level up, and there are 5 trees with 4 tiers in each. To access a tier, you have to put 4 points into the one before it. So 12 points total to access the capstones of every tree. Also, each individual skill has 4 ranks within them that you need to complete a challenge with, like killing X enemies with ballistic weapons, in order to progress to the next rank with 1 skill point. There are 82 skills total across 5 trees with 4 ranks in each, so that's 328 points needed to fill out the skill tree. If you play through at a normal pace with a mix of side content and main, you'll be around level 30 when you're at the end of the golden path, though this could be drastically higher or lower depending on a lot of factors. So for argument's sake, let's say you're at 30, which means you'll have 29 skill points to place on top of the 3 skills you started as per your background. That's around 10% of the skill tree, which is not even close to denting it. If you want an in-depth look at every skill in Starfield, check out this detailed video here. It's useful as you can't refund skill points. So the sheer number of skills available means you need to make hard choices where to put your points. This means backgrounds will give you a head start in the area you want to specialize. That being said, I'll give recommendations, but the beauty of the game is you can play however you want and be just fine. The first background up is the Beast Hunter. Honestly, there seems to be one direction you can take it, and that's a build focused on combat and food. It starts with a combat skill in ballistics, but a physical skill in fitness and a social skill in gastronomy, which is very spread out. I recommend this background if you plan on using ballistic weapons and to play solo, as in without a companion, as having a point in the social tree will put you one step closer to the isolation skill, which gives you 80% more weapon damage and 120 damage resistance when you don't have a companion or crewmate. 1 point in fitness puts you one step closer to nutrition, which will make all the upgraded food and drink you craft 50% more effective. So this background is for the self-reliant soloist. Bouncer is the ultimate background for those who want to play unarmed. It gives you boxing, which improves your unarmed attacks. It gives you security, which is a core skill for any build, and it gives you fitness, which is another point in the physical tree, so it's one step closer to martial arts and neuro strikes, which is what you want if you want to crack skulls with your fists. Unarmed has natural synergy with stealth, so you'd pick up stealth, and since you're already heading to the capstone tier of physical, pick up concealment. Now you'll be getting a crazy 10 times damage multiplier on the already 100%.
By the time this Bills fan is finished drinking his Pepsi.
In this Starfield skills guide, we'll be covering how skills work in Starfield and which are the most useful and best skills of the game. If you're worried about spending your points and want to plan your character for success, make sure to watch through this, as I will help you prioritize what you should be aiming for first. When you make your character during character creation, your choice of background will give you the first level of 3 skills. After this, you'll gain 1 skill point per level of your character, which can be used to either unlock higher ranks of the same skill you're already using, or to get new skills. Starfield skills are not slotted or used actively, they're all passive bonuses for your characters, and they're divided into 5 core groups: physical, social, combat, science, and tech skills. Each group then has subcategories: basic, advanced, expert, and master. You have to spend a certain amount of points in each category to unlock the higher subcategory tiers. Tier 1 has no requirements. Tier 2, which is advanced, means that you need to spend 4 points in previous skills to unlock this. Expert means you need to spend 8 points in previous skills to unlock this, and Master, you need to spend 12 points in previous skills to unlock. Since you cannot respec your character, picking your skills can be a rather paralyzing affair. The best way to go about this is to think about your character and gameplay, and consider what you find the most important. If your core aim is to excel at combat, then you'll want to focus on mastering physical and combat traits. If your dream is to be a space pirate, then you'll need to learn about space combat and starship design. If you just plan to explore and set up outposts, you want to focus on scanning and outposting features. There are 16 skills in each of the 5 categories, and all skills can be upgraded to max with 4 points each. This means you would need 320 points to completely unlock everything. Getting there would take so long, it'd be a waste not to optimize along the way. My recommendation is to immediately take the following skills because of the quality of life they provide. Piloting. This skill improves the handling of your ship, which is really sorely needed early on, but also leveling up will let you pilot better ships, which makes the entire game a lot better. Weightlifting. This skill gives you extra carry weight. I do not know one person playing a Bethesda game that's not over-encumbered with forks and spoons, so take this and start upgrading it ASAP. Persuasion. There are so many quests where a persuasion check will determine the legwork you have to do to complete your objectives that this feels like one of the most useful skills in the game. Ballistics. While you may prefer to use different types of weapons, it's very likely you're going to be running around with some sort of gun with ammo. The boost you get from ballistics is quite worth it, as it applies to pistols, shotguns, rifles, snipers, etc. Research methods. This is a time saver that makes research and crafting cheaper. If you don't mind going around looking for materials, then this is not needed. Boost pack training. Exploration is simply so much better with a boost pack, and some quests need one, so I suggest you get this one very soon after starting. Security. This allows you to use digipicks to hack into safes and doors. It's essential for looting and exploring, so do not skip it under any circumstances. You can get several of these skills from your background, so if you pick right, you'll be able to get them all by level 5. From there, your choices become a lot harder, as they'll depend on what exactly it is you want to do. The next skills you pick will depend on your playstyle, so I will describe the categories and best skills within. Physical skills. These are for those of you looking to play stealth or who want physique boosts. They are generally underwhelming or very situational, as many of the bonuses are easily achieved via consumables or equipment, so it doesn't seem smart to put points into them. However, some recommendations for them are fitness. This will give you 10 to 30% more oxygen and eventually greatly reduce the cost of sprinting. It's nice to have it if you find yourself struggling with this aspect. Stealth. Yes, I know you want to make a stealth archer.
Shut up. Shut up.
In Starfield, players can own a number of
reshade and one.
You can sell the data you gather for big money, so exploration is rewarded.
It's here. Starfield. Helps define. Seems like industrialist, the skill that I find to be.
So how's it going, everyone? It doesn't matter if you have 1,000 carry weight or 100 carry.
I'm going to teach you the best possible start for Starfield. Here's what we're going to cover in the video. We're going to cover how to min-max your credits. That's money in this game. Loot a few extra guns, and it pays for it. It's not dirty. But again, I would highly recommend Diplomat just because you start with Commerce, so it saves you a level. I'll start with Diplomat. I'll just go ahead and do that since that's what I'm recommending to you. As for trait choices, let me go over the best ones. You can pick whatever you want, but I'm just going to explain. Alien DNA is more health and more stamina, which this game calls oxygen. And as far as healing and food items not being as effective, food items heal you for almost nothing. The healing kits heal you for a % over X amount of seconds, and this almost, it's unnoticeable. You're mostly going to be healing from beds in this game anyways, so the healing items are so easy to get in this game, you're never going to be short on them. So this is just a straight buff to your character with really no downsides. The next one is Taskmaster, which means that your crew will repair your ship automatically, which is super useful during a firefight, and just handy in general for saving you repair costs. And the downside is that crews cost twice as much to hire, but we are going to be loaded and rich, and so money is no issue. If one guy costs 8,000 to hire and instead he costs 16,000 to hire, we just loot a few extra guns and it pays for it. It's not a big deal. The final one is really ultimately your choice. I'm going to explain the two best ones. Dream Home sounds terrible. It sounds like you're in debt forever. That's a huge amount of money. It's not a huge amount of money. The way Dream Home works is every week you have to pay 500 credits to use your house. If you don't, you just can't enter the house. And it's also pretty cheap compared to other housing in this game. This is the ultimate cheap housing. It's one of the best houses in the game. They just give you one of the best houses. The only thing that the house really does, it's used for storage, decoration. You can put a bunch of crafting benches in it if you want to do crafting. But those things are scattered all over the game and in your ships. So there's no shortage of any of this. It's just an extra fun place to go to. You can't get this home normally in the game. The only way to access this house is through this trait. It is the only way. Also, the next one is Wanted. Now, this sounds bad. It sounds really bad to have random encounters where people try to kill you. But what this is free loot. These guys they don't bug you during main story missions, so you won't, like, get ganked while you're trying to, do a dialogue option or anything. But essentially, extra enemies means more loot, means more money. So it's up to you what you want to do. I don't really care for storage or the Dream Home thing, but you can't get there otherwise unless you pick this. Everything else is pretty terrible and doesn't really give you much of anything. So I'm going with Wanted because that makes the game more fun and you get more money.
Well,
I want to note in the game that the robot characters will read your name through text-to-speech. So if you want to put your name as something funny and stupid, and then when the robot says your name, you can laugh about it.
You remember anything
That's how it is.
happened?
Just know that your name is pretty much permanent. As soon as your character is created, what you want to do now is pick everything up that is not bolted down. Now, this is a starting zone. No people will attack you. You won't get crime stat.
Everything
you
else,
won't be
probably
charged,
just a
a bounty. No one's going to aggro and try to fight you. Everything here is fully up for grabs. When you highlight an item, normally in the game, there will be a red icon indicating that you're stealing it, but in this case, we can just take it. And what I want you to do is take every single thing that you possibly can, even completely useless junk that has no value, because this is how we're going to level up our commerce skill in just a little bit. So it's very important to nab everything, including this. This character will get mad that I stole this from them. It's fine. That character's not important. You'll never see her again. And again, just grab every single thing that you can. Don't worry. You can carry a lot of weight, and most of this stuff is pretty worthless. So just sit here and just mash, and there you go. And grab everything you can in every single room. Just hug a wall and just mouse around every single thing and just spam the grab key and yoink it all up. It's very important to do this. Now, when I say pick up everything, I mean every single little thing. Like this foam cup, these napkins, if they let you loot them, this person's sandwich and plates, every little tiny thing that you can possibly do. And don't worry, they'll get mad, but they won't do anything. A lot of them, anyway, especially the playing cards, that's huge. That's a real big one. Now, some of this stuff can be a little heavy, and I didn't mean to sit down, so be careful when doing that, because that will eat up some of your time. But the heavy stuff, we can get rid of. As soon as your character is created, what you want to do now is pick everything up that is not bolted down. Now, this is a starting zone. no people will attack you. You won't get crime stat. You won't be charged, a bounty. No one's going to aggro and try to fight you.
Really? In a Discovery class? That shit's older than this movie.
It's not old. It's classic. Come on, let's do it. Barrett?
Man!
Been a long time.
Yes, it has. That mine on Bendy, right?
Kazal, hellhole, like this place. Rare mineral contract. Your tastes are a bit more sophisticated now, huh?
So, you found something?
Right here. The new guy found it.
That right. And everything went cool? Just like grabbing those minerals on Bendy?
Kazal. And no, Barrett. Not cool. He passed out after the extraction. Woke up saying all kinds of nonsense.
Is that right, cowboy? Went on a trip, huh?
Still doing it.
That fun, huh? Not the most gentle push into the great mysteries of space, but hey, been there.
Look, just hand over the credits, and I'll be happy to never see this thing, or you, ever again.
That's why I like you, Lynn. All business.
Barrett, the scanners on the frontier are reporting a ship coming in hot from orbit.
I really thought I lost.
Barrett?
Oh shit! That's the Crimson Fleet!
Weapons! Everybody get ready! Just like the emergency drill! Go! Go! It just starts! We've got...
Doing it no matter what, so
Starfield has literally just released. We'll be going through some super optimized settings.
This is Amanda, who loves a lower price. And this is Fernando, who just had to click twice.
CVS helps with your health and your wallet with 85% of scripts under $10. CVS Pharmacy.
This
Healthier,
video,
happens
this
together.
video says
People always
this
ask
trick.
me, Kevin, what does being a C?
This trick completely fixed Starfield on PC, fixed stutter and audio issue, and I added mods. That's what I need. The stutter and audio issue is not cool in this game right now.
Right. What's up, Samurai? We are back. Yes, that's right. To Starfield. Two main things that we gotta talk about today, but before we get started, I just want to mention I'm not going to live stream this game until I figure out what's going on, and this is kind of like a follow-up test video in response to the first one, because as I mentioned in like the comments and description in that video, I wasn't really trying to just dig apart, tear apart Starfield as a game. It's more so just the fact that it was unplayable. Now, I ended up finding some stuff on Reddit, and it turns out that one, this game is 100% not optimized for a hard drive. So I actually reinstalled this on my SSD, and so far, it seems like all the stutteringness and the audio's getting cut out and all that crap is gone. I also read that if you have a lower end PC, this game is optimized for 30 FPS, as you might be able to tell with the console versions of the game being hard locked at 30. So you can use NVIDIA control panel to kind of fix that. Now, another thing to mention is today we are actually going to be using some mods. There's quite a few really, really handy things about the mods with this game. A lot of them are quite literally just changing an ini file in like the Starfield documents. It's actually hilarious. If I can fit it in the description, I'll have the stuff that you guys will need. But basically, what I've got right now is I've got something that's supposed to be. It seems like my dead zone on my controller is a little bit better, but it's still not great. So I gotta crank that up. But that's just in an ini file. My FOV is in an ini file because all of these settings are like disabled in the game for whatever reason. I don't know why. So you just use a .ini file on PC anyways, and you can rectify those problems. Also, you'll notice in the bottom right, our health bar is different. So that's actually a mod that has the health bar change colors dynamically as it gets worse and worse and worse. On top of that, I've got a 60 FPS inventory mod, so this menu is a lot more stable now and just runs a lot better. Then I've got another mod that makes it so that our inventory is a lot more compact and we can see everything a lot easier. And then I got another mod that changed it so that a lot of these items have custom icons next to them. The modder is still working on it because these are all mods that they're making themselves, but I thought that it was really nice and handy to be able to see a lot of these different items, right? I forget what else I ended up having, but I know that there was a few other things. Now, another thing that I want to mention is I've been messing around off camera just a little bit, not much. And I ended up finding these mech components and Xeno warfare tech. The little yellow icon is a vanilla thing, which says that this is this is an item that I can go to prison for if they scan it, if they scan my ship and find it on my person. So I don't know how to avoid losing it, and so that's why like I haven't left the moon that we're on. Basically, I ended up doing a little quest line where a dude was like, hey, can you go into this cave and start scanning a bunch of things? And it was like, okay, I'll go do that. I go and scan a bunch of things. The quest failed for whatever reason. I don't know why. Radioactive gas vent. What are you talking about? By my ship, I guess? Anyways, the quest eventually ended up leading us to this enemy encampment. So this is kind of where we're going to be spending our time today. And then we'll use this as kind of the big test to see whether or not the game performance is better. There is a lot of mods that do improve game performance, but for the most part, the only difference that I have in terms of performance is the fact that I installed this on my SSD. And then some of the mods are just to make things a little bit more better in terms of just the functionality of the game. There's another one that as we end up discovering locations, the icon for that is a lot smaller and on the bottom of our screen. And yeah, I mean, hopefully we can actually continue the series now. Anyways, there was Where the heck is my skills? There we go. So now we've got levels. I actually saw this on another person's video. I started watching another playthrough just to see whether or not they had the same issues I did, and they did not. And that was another big tip that this was a unique problem to myself. But anyways, you receive 1 skill point to spend every time you level up. Each skill also unlocks a challenge. Complete the challenge and then spend a skill point to rank up that skill. The top row represents blah, 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 blah. Okay, so these are like the Garbo skills. Shotguns deal 10% more damage. Well, that's hilarious. And I already completed the challenge for this, so I can get rank 1. And then rank 2 is further in the skill tree, but we'll have to complete a specific objective in order to increase that, I guess, is the point. What's scavenging do? I have to still loot containers before I can even get this skill. Okay, that's kind of cool. I wondered whether or not that was an achievement I was working for, but to find extra credits when searching containers, by what percentile? Like, that's useless to me. Combat stuff, here we go. So we apparently have stealth already? No, I don't. Perform 10 sneak attacks. Wait, I can perform a sneak attack? As a stealth meter, you are 25% more difficult to detect when sneaking. Suppressed weapons do an additional 5% sneak attack damage. You are 100% more difficult to detect when sneaking, and suppressed weapons deal 20% sneak attack damage. Doors you interact with while in stealth no longer alert enemies. They alert enemies? I wouldn't have known that in the first place. 20% damage boost. Yeah, I think I'm still gonna go towards stealth because, I don't know, Ghost of Tsushima kind of made me really appreciate stealth builds. But this is kind of the big one that I want. Increase total carrying capacity. Yes, please. So now... Oh, now we have to complete this challenge before we can get the next one. So this is sprint for 1,000 meters while at 75% of your maximum capacity. Okay, that will be easy enough. Is there like a melee? Boxing. Unlocks unarmed attacks do 20. No, I don't want unarmed. You have more oxygen, which is for sprinting. Wellness. Increase your max health by 10%. That doesn't seem like much. Max health might be good just because, well, yeah, especially if I'm gonna eventually build towards melee, then I need to be as tanky as possible so I can just get in a dude's face, right? Oh, there's melee. Okay. Melee weapons do 25% more damage and take 10% less damage while wielding a melee weapon. Oh my god. Okay. Kill enemies with melee weapon. Yup, I guess I'm pulling my... my melee weapon back out. I'll use my last skill point on that one. Hell yeah, dude. Let's pull out this rescue axe. Okay, I don't even think there's a point in stealthing at the moment. I might not... Hello? Jump! Jump, you idiot! I might not even go towards the stealth, even though it seems pretty cool, even though I just said that. Okay, so that clearly shows that the mod that I have that's supposed to change the location of that crap is not working. Because basically the mod is supposed to make it so that it's a lot lower on my screen. Also, I'm noticing stuff like this. So here's some lead on the ground, right? Whoa! I don't think that I can... How did they detect me so far away? I don't think I can mine it because I don't have a good enough mining tool. Hey, bro. Okay. Die, idiot. All right, who's next? Come here, you. Why do they interact and attack me faster than I attack them? Come on, you stupid game. This is so much worse than the dagger. It does a lot of damage though. Okay, I need my flashlight on. I can barely see anything, bro. Let's also zoom my camera in. Oh, that was the other mod or script that I'm rocking right now. Let me heal. I have it so that interacting with like bodies and picking items up in the environment is basically it happens within like a three milliseconds. This guy's level 8. Circle strafe. So I can just loot them immediately, because otherwise in the vanilla game I found it to be really annoying how long it was taking for me to be able to loot, you know? Okay, oh my dear God. This is kind of tricky actually. It's tricky being melee, especially when they just immediately know where I am. Can I scan and see where they are? Performance is so much better though. Good Lord, how did an SSD just fix all of my problems? Hey dum dum. Why? He doesn't do like a sprint attack with this axe as he did with the dagger. I liked my dagger better. It was faster. Seems like speed weapons are the way to go. Let me just loot him and hit and run tactics. Hit and run tactics. Dude, I feel so happy that the game is actually like functional now. Now I can start just appreciating it for what it is. I also wanted to go through some of the comments from the last video because I thought they were kind of funny. We'll do that a little bit further on. I also, oh, that was another thing I didn't let you guys know about, which I thought was absolutely stupid. I'll tell you in a bit. Just remind me, I basically got attacked by like some random people while I was exploring. Okay, I can tell you now. I'll insert a clip of it as well. Basically, this enemy aircraft came down, and basically, I hid behind a rock, and these dudes just homed in on me like 100%. I kind of knew that they would because, of course, we're basically playing Skyrim in space, but it was kind of surprising that they just kind of let that happen. Okay, I'm just grabbing everything. Corrosive gas. I gotta fix my dead zone for my joystick. I'll do that before the next episode though. I'll tweak it a little bit. Oh my God, these guys got like turrets going on or something, dude. Okay. This is actually really cool. Like this whole area. It's way too dark. Like, good Lord, I wish I could actually see. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's the Bethesda jank that I like. People are gonna make fun of all that jank. I actually like it. I think it's hilarious, dude. Like the ragdoll is so stupid. Okay. So I can, oh my God, I just can't believe the performance. Whoa. I wish that when I was grabbing things, it had like a little bit of a, oh my God, that's expensive. Oh my God, that's expensive. What about these stupid pliers? That's really expensive considering the mass. That's really cool. Now, is there a way that I can make my crawling faster? Because that would be mandatory, I feel. That is a turret. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Okay.
They do the incredible. Help save lives. So can you. Your CSL plasma donation can help create 24 life-saving medicines. Be rewarded for your generosity. Help save so many lives. Donate at CSL Plasma today.
Doom Eternal. Oh dear Lord. That thing shredded me. It almost killed me, dude. Like so quickly. Can I loot it? Nice. Whoops, I keep pressing the wrong button to try and jump. I might need to change my controls a little bit. Who's around here? Hey, bro. Wow, that's way better than my melee attack. And kind of funnier. Do I build towards shoddy or do I build towards melee? That's the question. Okay, let's check my skill. Can I afford this now? I can. What about the shoddy? Shotguns deal 10% more damage. You know what? I can go for both. I like how I went for stealth, but now I'm just gonna go for Unga Bunga build. Shotgun is like so funny. Shotgun kills grant a chance to stun additional targets with shotguns for a limited time. What? That seems kind of funny.
Homes mixed between houses, apartments, and even a shipping container with a bed in it. In this guide, I'm going to list all the properties you can buy, how much they cost, how to get them, and where they are found, plus showcase each of the houses. Our first house is the Dream Home. The Dream Home is available to players at the beginning of Starfield. It's yours if you take the Dream Home trait, but you must do this during the character creation process at the start of the game. Once you choose the trait, you'll get the Dream Home quest after meeting Constellation that asks you to see Landry Hollowfield in New Atlantis about your mortgage. Track the quest, and the game will guide you on how to find it. Our second apartment is the game's most expensive apartment, called the Sky Suite in Neon. You can purchase Sky Suite from Boone Morgan, the bartender at the Astral Lounge in Neon. You will have to pay 235,000 credits on the spot to purchase the Sky Suite, and once your purchase is complete, you leave the Astral Lounge and go down the stairs, then turn left and take the elevator into the Neon Trade Tower to find the Sky Suite apartment. This is your new home, an overpriced but very tiny apartment with probably the worst view imaginable. From most expensive to the cheapest house in game, the Neon Sleep Crate apartment. You can buy the Sleep Crate from Neon for 6,500 credits, and to do this you need to head to Ebside by taking the door to the right of the enhanced location, where you can change your appearance in the Neon core, and then speak with Isna Sundararaman and purchase the Sleep Crate. She's sitting at the desk at the Sleep Crate HQ. Suite, and then turn left at overpriced, the worst view imaginable.
Yeah, what a shitty.
From most expensive to the cheapest house in game, the Neon Sleep Crate apartment. You can buy the Sleep Crate from Neon for 6,500 credits, and to do this you need to head to Ebside by taking the door to the right of the enhanced location, where you can change your appearance in the Neon core, and then speak with Isna Sundararaman and purchase the Sleep Crate. She's sitting at the desk at the Sleep Crate HQ.
Too bad I can't squeeze any Aurora from these fish.
Alright, let's get back to it.
Next we have the Core Manor in Aquila City. This is bought for 7,000 to 8,000 credits, and you can talk to Ngodup Tate. He's standing in the yard of the Core Manor, which is located right beside the rock, the tall building at the end of the main street. Walk towards the rock, but head up the stairs on the left and look for Tate standing outside the Core Manor, which has a low brick fence, and you will talk to him and he will sell you the apartment. The second apartment in Aquila City is the Stretch Apartment for 45,000 credits. Again, you can purchase this from Ngoro Tate, who is next to the core manor, and you can simply buy the apartment and then head straight to it. Next, we have our parents' house. If you choose the Kids Trait perk, you can stay at your parents' house in your childhood bedroom. This is located in the Pioneer Tower in New Atlantis Residential District.
Just so you know, your mother's missed you. Like a lot.
12 kills.
That is really good.
I was trying to get 13.
Yeah.
But I got this kid that was happening.
The Well Apartment costs 30,000 credits. If you'd like to purchase the Well Apartment, you'll need to do the UC Vanguard questline initiated by talking to Commander John Tuala in the mast building in New Atlantis.
Okay.
Or you can pick the trait where you start off as a United Colony citizen. Once you complete the questline up to the one called Friends Like These, you'll become a United Colony citizen and will be able to purchase property in New Atlantis. Speak to Zora Sangueni from Aphelion Realty, close to the mast building, to buy this for 30,000. Lastly guys, we have probably the best apartment in game, the Mercury Tower Penthouse in New Atlantis. This one is free, however you're going to have to complete quests in order to get it. To begin the quest, speak to Commander John Tuala and agree to join the Vanguard. You should speak to him right after meeting the Constellation Group and getting Sarah Morgan as your companion. And while talking to him, you can agree to join the Vanguard, you can complete your training and take the oath. You will then need to complete every single UC Vanguard quest, which is a pretty long quest line, and then you will eventually be rewarded with the Mercury Tower Penthouse apartment as your reward. But it's definitely worth doing early, as it's the best apartment in the game. Guys, that's it for this one. Like and subscribe for more Starfield Guide videos, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Oh yeah, that's the one I want. That is dope. Never see the core, never see the lore. Ashika Island where the whores. What? Ashika Island, baby.
By talking to Commander John in New Atlantis as a United Colony citizen and will be able to purchase property in New Atlantis. Speak to Zora Sangueni from Aphelion Realty, close to the mast building, to buy this for 30,000.
Hopping in my time machine, baby. Got the boys in the back, and the boys in the back. Got the boys in the back.
Damn it, Rick. Can't you just leave me in peace?
Lastly, guys, we have probably the best apartment in game, the Mercury Tower Penthouse in New Atlantis. This one is free, however, you're going to have to complete quests in order to get it. To begin the quest, speak to Commander John Tuala and agree to join the Vanguard. You should speak to him right after meeting the Constellation Group and getting Sarah Morgan as your companion. And while talking to him, you can agree to join the Vanguard. You can complete your training and take the oath. You will then need to complete every single UC Vanguard quest, which is a pretty long quest line, and then you will eventually be rewarded with the Mercury Tower Penthouse apartment as
KFC's $20 fill-up box? It's chicken night.
That finger looking good.
Meet the beginners, the budgeter, and hey, the seasoned pros. All taking control with Chase Secure Banking. With no minimum deposit to open. Simple tools, control at hand. One bank for today and tomorrow. Chase, make more of what's yours.
The outpost building is pretty extensive, and there's a ton of different things you can do to get a bunch of resources, money, and even build your own shipyard to be able to... Now, to start all of this off, we're going to need resources. Many of you might have already been farming and you might have enough resources, but we're going to go over exactly where you can pick up resources and what resources we're going to need to actually start building this outpost and farm. Now, I've decided to go to Aquila City. This is one of the first cities that you're going to go to in the game. If you don't remember where it is, it's in the Cheyenne star system. You're going to head to Aquila and then Aquila City. As you enter the main strip, you can turn left and there's Shepard's General Store here. And under resources, you'll be able to find everything that you need. We're going to need some adaptive frames. Now, depending on how large you want to set up your first base, you can pick up as many of these as you want. I'm just going to keep buying them out of all the things that I need. We're also going to need aluminum, beryllium, iron, and tungsten. We also need copper, but it doesn't seem like he has any in stock. Now, if you want to refresh this shop to be able to stock up on more, you can just head to a bench right over here, or a chair or whatever you need, and just wait 24 to 48 hours to...
Hello and welcome back to another Starfield Outpost guide, and this time we'll be talking about setting up both greenhouses for growing plants and a husbandry facility, as a lot of you have been asking about that. We'll also cover briefly the setting up of transport routes again, and optimizing your settlements for efficiency through the use of robots. So if you do find this guide helpful, please do hit the thumbs up, and why not subscribe for more Starfield guides. I should also mention that in our last video we covered the basics of outposts, so do make sure to check up on that if you feel this is too advanced for you. I'll put a link above in the cards now and also at the end of the video. But to unlock the greenhouse and husbandry, you'll first need to unlock the associated skills, botany and zoology. Once these are unlocked, I believe you'll find the greenhouse and basic husbandry buildable in your build list, providing that the planet you are on can support life. This is really important, and you will only have access to the greenhouse on a planet or moon that produces flora, and vice versa with the husbandry. You'll only be able to place that on a planet or moon which has fauna on it. This, I presume, is the same reason why on some planets and moons which don't have atmospheres, you can't build wind farms, because there's no wind on the planetoid. Now, once you have found a suitable planet, to build the greenhouse and husbandry, you can select the recipes that you have unlocked in the computer outside the facility. The finding of the recipes are done through exploration and scanning either the fauna or the flora that you come across. If you haven't done any exploration, you're not going to have any recipes to work with. This is also very similar to the setting up of the fabricator for these buildables, which we discussed in the last video. So what you're going to have to do is connect the resources that they require to the buildable, whether that's the greenhouse or the husbandry. For the greenhouse, we require just water, whereas the husbandry requires multiple resources for the one recipe that I've unlocked so far. And obviously, if you are looking to increase the production of your resources in these, you'll want to consider researching the first level of horticulture or domestication in the outpost development section of the research laboratory, which unlock the larger variants, and you can proceed down that tree should you wish. There's also another way in which we can boost production, which we'll talk about shortly. But with that out of the way, let's cover transport routes. I now have over 5 outposts, and my original plan was to transport all of the resources to one outpost, and the idea was to produce all of the advanced items in this one outpost. Now it would seem that this isn't possible, as you can only build 3 cargo links per outpost, unless you've put skill points into outpost management, which we'll be talking about a little more later, but I haven't got that far yet, so I can't really talk on that. But thankfully we can send multiple resources from one outpost to another. Just connect all of the resources that you want to send to the outgoing freight of a cargo link. These will display on the computer if you check the cargo link, and from here we can go to the incoming cargo link at your other facility, open the computer, and then accept the cargo link with the outpost you want to receive the resources from. But do note, you can only accept resources from one outpost per cargo link. You can't bring multiple freight. The setting up of transport routes again, and welcome back to another Starfield Outpost guide, and this time we'll be talking about setting up both greenhouses for growing plants and a husbandry facility, as a lot of you have been asking about that. We'll also cover briefly the setting up of transport routes again, and optimizing your settlements for efficiency through the use of robots. So if you do find this guide helpful, please do hit the thumbs up, and why not subscribe for more Starfield guides. I should also mention that in our last video we covered the basics of outposts, so do make sure to check up on that if you feel this is too advanced for you. I'll put a link above in the cards now and also at the end of the video. But to unlock the greenhouse and husbandry, you'll first need to unlock the associated skills, botany and zoology. Once these are unlocked, I believe you'll find the greenhouse and basic husbandry buildable in your build list, providing that the planet you are on can support life. This is really important, and you will only have access to the greenhouse on a planet or moon that produces flora, and vice versa with the husbandry. You'll only be able to place that on a planet or moon which has fauna on it. This, I presume, is the same reason why on some planets and moons which don't have atmospheres,
Let's give the galaxy one more show.
I'm excited for you that you get to see this again.
Now streaming.
Hello, dumb idiots. I'm
Groot. You're all just making up stuff that he's saying, right?
No. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, only on Disney+. And here's a surprise.
Look at this. Shall we begin?
Now you can add Hulu to Disney+ for just $2 more a month.
That looks fun.
This is great. So are you in?
Yeah.
The Hulu and Disney+ bundle, with plans starting at just $9.99 a month.
you can't build wind farms because there's no wind on the planetoid. Now, once you have found a suitable planet to build the greenhouse and husbandry, you can select the recipes that you have unlocked in the computer outside the facility. The finding of the recipes are done through exploration and scanning either the fauna or the flora that you come across. If you haven't done any exploration,
I was done too.
You're not going to have any recipes to work with. This is also very similar to the setting up of the fabricator for these buildables, which we discussed in the last video. So what you're going to have to do is connect the resources that they require to the buildable, whether that's the greenhouse or the husbandry. For the greenhouse, we require just water, whereas the husbandry requires multiple resources for the one recipe that I've unlocked so far. And obviously, if you are looking to increase the production of your resources in these, you'll want to consider researching the first level of horticulture or domestication in the outpost development section of the research laboratory, which unlock the larger variants, and you can proceed down that tree should you wish. There's also another way in which we can boost production, which we'll talk about shortly. But with that out of the way, let's cover transport routes. I now have over 5 outposts, and my original plan was to transport all of the resources to one outpost, and the idea was to produce all of the advanced items in this one outpost. Now, it would seem that this isn't possible, as you can only build 3 cargo links per outpost, unless you've put skill points into outpost management, which we'll be talking about a little more later, but I haven't got that far yet, so I can't really talk on that. But thankfully, we can send multiple resources from one outpost to another. Just connect all of the resources that you want to send to the outgoing freight of a cargo link. These will display on the computer if you check the cargo link, and from here we can go to the incoming cargo link at your other facility, open the computer, and then accept the cargo link with the outpost you want to receive the resources from. But do note, you can only accept resources from one outpost per cargo link. You can't bring multiple freights from multiple outposts to a single one. It's 1-to-1. This facility here produces fluorine, tetrafluorides, and copper, which we have connected each to the outgoing bay of the cargo link. This means that we can then connect this cargo link with another outpost's cargo link, such as my main one here. This is now receiving the freight ship full of all 3 resources. This, however, does lead us to the first major settlement problem. You can connect the incoming cargo link bay to several freight units. The solids will be separated from the gases and the liquids. But if you have 2 gases, such as the fluorine and tetrafluoride, which we have here, you'll notice that both arrive in the same storage. This is fine initially, but if you're connecting a particular resource to a production unit, it is possible for the storage to fill up with the resource that's not in use, halting your production. So I very much hope that Bethesda plan on improving this with a simple feature that allows you to lock a particular storage unit with a particular resource. But with that out of the way, let's cover optimization to your outposts. So let's talk about robots. These are also unlocked in the robot section of the research lab, and investing in this could be very beneficial as each robot comes with its own perks. The sanitation bot will increase non-organic item production by 10%. These are items extracted from veins such as the iron, the gold, the silver, or aluminium, all of that kind of stuff. The garden bots will increase the production of organic materials, such as those found in the greenhouse or husbandry, and the engineering bot will improve manufacturing by 10%. And better yet, these are stackable. However, you can use a maximum of 3 at an outpost unless you have rank 2 in outpost management, which will unlock more robot slots. Regardless, this does allow you to specialize a little bit more in a particular type of production, and you can increase your production by up to 30% from the get-go. And if you do research robots too, you can also unlock the logistics bot. This will allow you to increase production of all resources across your outpost by 5%. And then there's also the power management bot, which increases your power generation, but it doesn't specify by how much. I also have a sneaky suspicion that the next robot unlock will be a type of sentry bot, because that's linked to the defense tree in the research tree. But I will be unlocking that hopefully in today's stream after this video. Finally, let's talk about the crew station. Building this allows crew to be assigned at your outpost to help manage your outpost. Once again, you are limited to the amount of crew you can assign at an outpost unless you have rank 3 in outpost management, which increases the headroom for that a little more. Now, to use the crew station, place one down at your settlement, then go to your data screen. Next, go to the ship screen and click on crew in the bottom right. And here we can assign our bots and our crew members. Click the crew member you wish to assign and then choose where you want them assigned. Now I believe they do offer perks according to their skills, however Sarah is my only companion currently and her expertise is in botany. Because of this, you would expect the production value to increase when she's working at a botany-based planet or facility. But this is not the case, so though I can show you how to assign them, I'm not sure of the positive effects that they have. If you do though, please do let me know in the comments or jump into stream and tell me. Now guys, I do hope you found this video helpful. If you did, do hit the thumbs up and make sure to subscribe. And special thanks does go to all of our amazing supporters over on Patreon who allow me to create this content.
Someone sits down next to you in a 5-hour flight, your worst nightmare is that they're wearing
Axe body spray.
Starfield has arrived, and similar to its predecessor Fallout, we have outpost building and automation, and like I suspected, not just the harvesting of materials, but we can also produce more complicated resources. So today we'll start off with the basics of outposts and resource generation, but expect an advanced guide soon, so why not subscribe for more Starfield content. Starting off, outposts can be built on any solid planets and moons. There's no required quest to start you off. Just land on a planet, open your scanner and then hit the R key. This will give you a beacon which can be placed to claim your stake on the ground. To start off with, you will have up to 8 outposts available to you, but with skill perks, you'll be able to increase this, and by the looks of it, maxing out the planetary habitation skill will allow you to build up to 48 outposts, but that will only be for the most industrious of us. Once you've placed your first beacon, you'll be given options to build various items. There's an assortment of power generators, buildables, decorations, and more. You'll also be able to construct resource extractors, which will be dependent on the planet and resources around you. You may also notice that some of these structures have variations which you can pick, such as larger ones, or they may have different looks, but none of this is important until you have found a place to build your outpost. So when it comes to choosing a planet, you'll want to consider first and foremost the resources available. We can scan a planet by traveling close to it, then opening up the map menu, clicking the planet and holding down R. Doing so will scan the planet and provide you with a colored map showing what resources are available. From here we can pick a landing spot where we'll be able to build our outpost. I should also mention, we won't really touch on it much in this video, but there are some planets that aren't going to be available to build outposts on immediately because you'll need the skills to do that, such as planets that have extreme atmospheres, so just be aware of that. Now it is possible to get multiple resources in a single outpost, but it can be difficult finding the perfect spot. However, I can say that the perfect outpost to start off with will have ideally iron and aluminum or aluminium available, but this is incredibly rare. Even rarer is a spot with copper in the same vicinity. Of course, picking the perfect spot is only half the battle. You'll also want to stock up your ship with plenty of iron, aluminium, tungsten, copper, beryllium, as well as a few adaptive frames. This will get you a basic resource gathering setup on the go, but if you do want to make a perfect house, then you'll also want at least some lead, sealant, and titanium to get you started. Now you can find most of this whilst exploring planets, but have no fear. If that's too time consuming for you, you can buy all of it at the various general stores around the universe. And when it comes to building, you can place the items in first person, or you can use the top-down camera by pressing V once you have the build menu out. The top-down camera can help get the correct positioning, but personally I find the controls for top-down view slightly counterintuitive. Now to place a buildable, you can press E followed by E again. This is placing it and then confirming the position, but do note that you can raise the height of some buildables with the W and S keys after the first time you click E, and if you incorrectly place anything, you can press tab whilst in build mode to modify items. Here you can move items about or delete them. Doing so will return the resource cost of building it. Now for ease, I recommend building in a flat area, so don't venture too far from your landing spot. You'll also find that on planets inhabited by creatures, they may attack your base, so it would be wise to place some turrets. Now I've not played enough of the game to be certain, but it would seem planets that aren't habited by creatures do not need turrets, but who knows, perhaps pirates will attack at some point. Next we'll talk about resource gathering and then basic automation, but make sure to stay throughout the video to make sure you don't miss any of the important information. Also, do let me know if you're planning to automate all the resources possible and whether you'd like Bethesda to go even further with the outpost building and factory elements of Starfield. Now to harvest a resource, you'll need to place an extractor on a resource node. These can be found by opening your scanner, and resource nodes will be highlighted on the ground with a change in color. You can also open up the build menu, select the extractors, and then go to the remote flying view for a better view. However, it would be easier in my opinion if we were able to change the angle of view to being closer to the floor. Unfortunately, we don't have that available. Another point that I would like to mention is you can have multiple extractors on a single node, but you do have to make sure that they're separated by a fair amount of space. Now once you've picked a spot for the resource extractors, you'll notice that you lack power, so place down a power generator. Starting off, solar panels work great, but you'll find that you'll need a lot of them to run a larger settlement. There are other generators available such as wind or I think a fuel generator as well, which produces like 20 power. Pretty good at the cost of fuel. Now once the solar panels have been placed, you'll notice that the extractors will start to run, filling up with resources. At this point, I recommend building a storage container for the materials. We can then connect the extractor with the container by opening the modify menu and right-clicking the extractor. Next, hover your reticle over the container and click E to create the output link. At this point, your resources should be filling the container you've just selected. And at this point, we can look at more advanced automation, but to do that, we'll need to...
This is what love looks like. 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 This is what love looks like.
Today, I'm gonna show you one of the simplest ways to impact climate change.
Through Clean Choice Energy, you just sign up so that you have access to 100% renewable energy.
Come see the difference at Clean Choice Energy.
To unlock the fabricator, which can be done in the research table. The research table can be placed in the settlement or accessed on your spaceship, and will have the outpost tech tree available. Here we can dedicate resources to unlocking the new buildables, such as the fabricator here in manufacturing. But you'll also need to have the associated skills. For example, manufacturing 2 requires outpost engineering. But before we can unlock that, you'll have to sink 8 skill points into the science tree. I should also mention that you can unlock further outpost buildables between the research table and the following skills: zoology, botany, and subsequent points in the outpost engineering skills. There may be more skills also that have buildables associated with them, but I am only 10 hours into the game and yet to reach that, so I will let you know in further videos if that's the case. Now once you've unlocked manufacturing tier 1, you'll unlock the simple fabricator, small warehouse module, and inter-system cargo links. The simple fabricator allows you to combine 2 or more basic resources by connecting containers, holding the resources with your fabricator, You'll then have to send the fabricator's output to a warehouse. As you can see here, we've started producing adaptive frames, and I'll be streaming after this video goes out on twitch.tv/Total Eclipse to produce more advanced items. Now, if you're wondering how to connect resources from one planet to another, such as I've done here, you'll need to place a cargo link at each outpost and connect the resources being sent to that. You can see that it should be connected to the outgoing storage on the cargo link, and from here we can click the available outpost in this little computer here, and a ship will automatically collect and drop off the resources. At this point, we need to make sure that the cargo arriving in the outpost has an output by creating a connection like we've mentioned prior. Now, if you're bringing resources across systems, you'll need to use the inter-system cargo link, which will use fuel in order to run. And speaking of spaceships, I recommend building a dedicated landing pad for your ship so that you're not running back and forth. Oh, and if you have a particularly large ship, you'll need the landing pad with the ship builder attached to it, which is where you'll also be able to make adjustments to your ship if you want to change it. Now, next time we will be talking about improving the efficiency of your outposts as well as advanced automation. So if you're interested in that, subscribe or get a sneak peek in my daily streams. Special thanks does go to all of our amazing supporters on Patreon, most notably our Solo Clips patrons James Owen, Firefless and Treble, as well as our Lunas, the Calamity, Ben, Star and That Dude AW, as well as our Blood Moon of the Day, which today is the Viking Brit. Until next time, as always, ciao for now.
Invention is an act of determination to go where you couldn't before. The Pilot Trail Sport, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
Alright. Just about more RAM. So I'll have 4 sticks and about a SSD 1 terabyte. I can slip right in there and put it down. I put a screw in. I'll be able to play this game smoothly. No problems. Until then, I don't think I'm going to be playing this. This is this shit right here. What?
Shaw and her gang are strong-arm types. Robbery, assault, murder. You know. Certainly. There's no next. I want to be exploring until they pry the boots off my cold dead feet. I mean, Cora will go to university, and the price tag there is scarier than any jam we've been in. But for me, my truest love is the next star, the next horizon. I've seen my fair share of scrapes. Actually, a triple share with a massive bonus worth. Some folks say I'm the luckiest man alive after making it through some real whoppers. The trick is to always keep a cool head. Impulsiveness, fear, adrenaline, all those will get you jumpy. You get too jumpy, your target could be 5 in front of you and you'll miss every time. Cora has the complete top-of-its-class learning videos and lessons. And I have to occasionally do some of the old homeschooling. Fortunately, mainly it's the videos. Around when she was 7, she could already see the cracks in my knowledge. Come to think of it, I think she's doing an introductory college course in astrophysics. Not being graded, like, for fun. She's so weird. There's so many planets, moons, celestial phenomena out there. Most captains just sail through the Great Black, not even really looking, appreciating. A lot of the time touching down on a virgin planet can be, well, uneventful. But every now and then, you see something no human has ever laid eyes on. That is what I live for. Later. The Aquila frontier is home to the Ashta. The Predator. Razor-sharp teeth. Next time. Stay sharp. Plenty of things out in the frontier. Share the wealth, right? So long.
Dislocated lamb. What the fuck? Holy fuck, dude. What the fuck? Only getting 65 frames, which is weird. Still doing it.
Shaw and her gang are strong arm types.
No way.
Assault, murder.
Yeah, correct. There's one on me.
Nice, nice.
This is kind of fun. Well,
Shut
kind
up.
of.
Shut up. Shut up.
Goodbye. See if you can get any vid reception. I'm missing my stories. This is Shaw Gang territory. And they're usually... Be ready.
You ready, bud?
Thanks for playing. Bye. What was that? Better we get it than someone else. Time to tango. This is my favorite part.
What? What, dog?
Galaxy ain't gonna conquer its... Elf. Please drop some of that. I'm hurting just watching you. If you're looking for something in particular. Guess we're done.
Found one. Not coming down.
all different types of smugglers. So at least not need not. I knew quite a few smugglers back in the day. They know how to party. If you need me to haul something. Bye. Even smugglers might take a shot at you if you invade their turf. Ouch. That didn't go well.
This should be swarming with action. I won't put one paw in here. Makes me nervous.
Picking us off!
Scared him off at least.
Gotcha!
Might want to stow some of that. Just a suggestion.
Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
Mighty hero awakens. Let's go. Caves can be a real good place to hole up. I wouldn't say no to a gift. Yep. A good empty cave can be fun. Keyword there, empty.
I think that's far enough. Hate to put a hole in the head of Akila's own prodigal son. Least not before we've had a word.
You must be Shaw.
What I am is disappointed. Samco in the flesh, and he's peddling around the frontier with the has-beens of Constellation. Now you got past my crew, who I pay quite handsomely, I might add. Grabbed something from that weird cave. Probably whatever's been keeping the Ashton away. So, I'm down one hideout. Now, let's talk about what all that's worth to me. Your lives, your credits. One or the other, really. Oh, really? Let's hear it. You got past a few rookies, that's all. I prefer my enemies 6 feet under. Ties up loose ends. Huh. The Shaw Gang's name in print outside a wanted poster does sound nice. So what? By morning tomorrow, we're gone anyway. Sick of trading words with you. Kill them! Open up! Now!
Boss, it's the other.
Damn it! Just shoot everything!
My friend here gonna teach you manners. Move, move! Never wise to get in my way. Really gets your blood pumping, huh? Take the good stuff, leave the rest. Wonder what sort of contraband these smugglers are running.
Oh shit. I got contraband. Fuck now.
United.
I think that...
You must be Shaw.
What I am is disappointed. Samco in the flesh, and he's peddling around the frontier with the has-beens of Constellation. Now you got past my crew, who I pay quite handsomely, I might add. Grabbed something from that weird cave. Probably whatever's been keeping the Ashta away. So, I'm down one hideout. Now, let's talk about what all that's worth to me. Your lives, your credits. One or the other, really. Oh, really? Let's hear it. Huh. The Shaw Gang's name in print outside a wanted poster does sound nice. Fine. Get the hell out of here before I change my mind. I see you again. You're dead.
Boss, it's the Ashta.
You. This is your fault. You better lend us a hand.
Hit him now! Light him up! Everyone dying! Shit, reload! There you are.
You're lucky the boss is so generous.
I guess get out of here before I change my mind. Get lost. You've cost me enough time and money.
We're in one piece. I'll call that a win. Let's get back to the lodge.
Your cargo's mine! You can't win this fight! Take him down! You're in over your head!
How you doing, Sweet Pea?
Well, I'm okay. But I'd be a lot better if...
Let me guess, you'd be a lot better if you had a bigger book allowance.
You know me so well, Dad. So, what do you think?
Waste of time.
gotta go to bed.
Get it back up!
Engaging a UC ship? Not very smart. I'm taking you down.
Enemy weapons working again, boss.
Concentrate fire.
How you doing, Sweet Pea?
Well, I'm okay. But I'd be a lot better if...
Let me guess, you'd be a lot better if you had a bigger book allowance.
You know me so well, Dad. So, what do you say?
Safe out there. Hopefully that's the last of the Crimson Fleet.
Nice to see you.
Anything I can do for you? Get the hell out, or we'll kill you. The lair of the Mantis is ours. 5, 4, you get the hell out. Found me a target. It's too hot here! Looting the dead ain't glamorous, but it sure is profitable.
Pirates from going off the deep end. I guess it's possible. She never talked about where she got her fortune. And man, she could handle herself anywhere. It's a lot to take in.
False alarm, everyone.
met with a lawyer and prepared to party. Hard. The video will was emotional. Mom and I started talking years ago. Mom didn't look good, but it was Mom. As weird, crazy, and cryptic as ever. I'm almost surprised she remembered she even had a son. It was hard to hear. Almost touching. But then the punchline. No inheritance until I go to Mom's secret base on Denabolo 1B. And she ends not with an I love you or an I'm proud of you. No. Sic semper tyrannis. My God. Always with that stupid Latin saying. Over and over she'd say that damn thing. Thanks, Mom. Thanks oh so much.
Not my day. We do what we must, right?
Oh man.
Target's down. Afraid your time's coming up. Head's hit, damn it! Well, they don't need it. Afraid your time's coming up.
You're going down!
Mantis? No way. I mean, the Mantis is a fairy tale. Someone to keep pirates from going off the deep end. I guess it's possible. She never talked about where she got her fortune. And man, she could handle herself anywhere. It's a lot to take in.
Today's not gonna be your day, pal.
Nobody's gonna miss you.
Never mess with a code. Never wise to be in my way. Grisly, but part of the job.
Show your face around here again. On me! Company! Hey, you dropped the... Wait, you meant to do that?
Wait, don't shoot! I am unarmed. Look, we can help each other. I can be useful. Just don't kill me. It's because I'm smart. You've killed so many. I am nothing. No chance. So we can make a deal? This place was full of traps. Traps everywhere. I removed them. But this corridor is just too dangerous. See? Looks normal. One step inside, slam! You are trapped. And nobody's been standing after the doors reopen. No, sorry. If I tell you that, then I lose my leverage. They're ingenious. Took a lot of lives to tease them out. No one knew how to get through the corridor. But I figured it out. There are letters on the floor. It is a grid. Those letters must spell something. But There are so many words or small phrases. Five, six? It's hard to find volunteers. I really thought we had it with M. Mantis. Oh, poor Fred. Why does everyone always say that? See? I've been helpful. You could let me go. Or better, I can help. I know these traps. I know how this Mantis thinks. Please, let me help. And just give me a taste of the cachet inside. You can trust me.
In my experience, anytime someone says trust me, don't.
Trust is maybe too strong a word. We need each other, so we use each other. Then, when the arrangement is no good, we decide then? Spoken like a true spacer. You won't regret this. I will hold back here. And, well, good luck. This place has killed so many of us.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this when I get my SSD so it's better than my other RAM. Right now it's not good. It's not good, man. Oh, I was gonna play some DayZ, but I'm good. I'm tired.
Keep it quilted means you
That's it for the night. Tired. Good night.